Early Israelite religion may have included a divine feminine counterpart. 800 BCE. The Mediterranean world. Greek observers identify the Phoenician goddess Astarte with their own goddess Aphrodite. This marks the cultural transmission of goddess archetypes across civilizations. 700 BCE. Judah. Religious reforms attempt to remove Asherah worship from Israelite religion. This represents one of the earliest large-scale suppressions of goddess traditions in favor of strict monotheism. 600 BCE. Phoenician colonies across the Mediterranean. Astarte worship spreads to cities like Carthage. Maritime trade networks help carry goddess traditions across the ancient world. 400 BCE. Athens, Greece. Philosophers discuss Aphrodite as representing different forms of love. This transforms the goddess into both a religious and philosophical symbol. 46 BCE. Rome. Julius Caesar dedicates a temple to Venus Genetrix, the Roman form of Aphrodite. This links imperial Roman authority to the divine lineage of the goddess. 100 CE. The Roman Empire. Venus, derived from Aphrodite, becomes one of the most widely worshipped deities in the empire. Her symbolism shapes Roman art, culture, and ideals of beauty. 300 CE. The Mediterranean world. Christianization spreads across the Roman Empire. Public worship of the ancient goddesses gradually declines as temples close. 1850 CE. Egypt and Mesopotamia. Archaeologists begin rediscovering the ruins of ancient civilizations. These discoveries bring forgotten goddesses like Hathor and Inanna back into historical awareness. 1929 CE. Ras Shamra, Syria. The Ugaritic tablets are discovered. These texts reveal detailed myths about Asherah, Astarte, and the ancient Canaanite pantheon. 1960 CE. Universities worldwide. Scholars reconstruct ancient Near Eastern mythologies. Academic research restores the historical importance of these goddesses. 2000 CE. Global academic communities. Comparative mythology begins linking Inanna, Ishtar, Astarte, and Aphrodite as evolving versions of a shared archetype. This reveals how divine feminine symbolism traveled across cultures for thousands of years. 2020 CE. The digital world. Online mythology channels, documentaries, and artists revive interest in ancient goddess traditions. Through digital storytelling, the voices of these ancient goddesses reach a new global audience. The living timeline of the great goddesses. 4000 BCE. The Nile Valley, Kemet. The earliest worship of Hathor emerges in predynastic Egypt. This establishes one of the oldest known divine feminine traditions, linking the goddess to fertility, nourishment, music, and the life-giving power of the Nile. 3500 BCE. Uruk, in ancient Sumer. The goddess Inanna begins to appear in temple worship and early myth. She becomes one of humanity's earliest recorded deities of love, sexuality, power, and divine authority. 3200 BCE. Uruk, Sumer. Inanna becomes closely associated with sacred kingship and temple institutions. This connects political authority directly to divine feminine power, legitimizing rulers through the goddess. 3100 BCE. Uruk, Sumer. The great temple complex of Eanna is dedicated to Inanna. This temple becomes the primary religious center of her worship and a major hub of early urban civilization. 3000 BCE. Early dynastic Egypt. Hathor's cult expands across Egypt as a national goddess. She becomes associated with joy, motherhood, music, and the nurturing aspects of divine femininity. 2300 BCE. The Akkadian Empire. Sargon of Akkad promotes the worship of Inanna under the name Ishtar. This spreads her influence across Mesopotamia and transforms her into a goddess of both love and war. Around 2285 BCE. Yor, in Mesopotamia. The priestess Enheduanna composes hymns honoring Inanna. These writings represent the earliest known literature authored by a named human in recorded history. 2000 BCE. The Levant and Canaan. The goddess Astarte emerges within West Semitic religion. She represents fertility, sexuality, and warfare, becoming a powerful figure across Canaanite and Phoenician cultures. 1500 BCE. Ugarit, in modern Syria. Texts record the goddess Asherah as consort of the high god El and mother of the gods. This establishes her as a great maternal figure within the Canaanite divine family. 1400 BCE. Ugarit. Astarte appears in mythological tablets alongside other West Semitic deities. Her role expands as both a goddess of fertility and a divine warrior. 1300 BCE. Egypt. The myth of Hathor transforming into the destructive force of Sekhmet appears in solar mythology. This story demonstrates the dual nature of divine feminine power, nurturing life but capable of cosmic destruction. 1200 BCE. The Eastern Mediterranean world. The Late Bronze Age collapse reshapes civilizations across the region. Despite political collapse, the worship of powerful goddesses like Astarte and Hathor continues. 1000 BCE. Ancient Israel and surrounding territories. Inscriptions referencing Yahweh and his Asherah appear in archaeological records. These inscriptions suggest that early Israelite religion may have included a divine feminine counterpart. 800 BCE. The Mediterranean world. Greek observers identify the Phoenician goddess Astarte with their own goddess Aphrodite. This marks the cultural transmission of goddess archetypes across civilizations. 700 BCE. Judah. Religious reforms attempt to remove Asherah worship from Israelite religion. This represents one of the earliest large-scale suppressions of goddess traditions in favor of strict monotheism. 600 BCE. Phoenician colonies across the Mediterranean. Astarte worship spreads to cities like Carthage. Maritime trade networks help carry goddess traditions across the ancient world. 400 BCE. Athens, Greece. Philosophers discuss Aphrodite as representing different forms of love. This transforms the goddess into both a religious and philosophical symbol. 46 BCE. Rome. Julius Caesar dedicates a temple to Venus Genitrix, the Roman form of Aphrodite. This links imperial Roman authority to the divine lineage of the goddess. 100 CE. The Roman Empire. Venus, derived from Aphrodite, becomes one of the most widely worshipped deities in the empire. Her symbolism shapes Roman art, culture, and ideals of beauty. 300 CE. The Mediterranean world. Christianization spreads across the Roman Empire. Public worship of the ancient goddesses gradually declines as temples close. 1850 CE. Egypt and Mesopotamia. Archaeologists begin rediscovering the ruins of ancient civilizations. These discoveries bring forgotten goddesses like Hathor and Inanna back into historical awareness. 1929 CE. Ras Shamra, Syria. The Ugaritic tablets are discovered. These texts reveal detailed myths about Asherah, Astarte, and the ancient Canaanite pantheon. 1960 CE. Universities worldwide. Scholars reconstruct ancient Near Eastern mythologies. Academic research restores the historical importance of these goddesses. 2000 CE. Global academic communities. Comparative mythology begins linking Inanna, Ishtar, Astarte, and Aphrodite as evolving versions of a shared archetype. This reveals how divine feminine symbolism traveled across cultures for thousands of years. 2020 CE. The digital world. Online mythology channels, documentaries, and artists revive interest in ancient goddess traditions. Through digital storytelling, the voices of these ancient goddesses reach a new global audience.
Helen, whose beauty spoke before she did. They said Helen was beautiful, not in the way flowers are beautiful, or gold, or light upon water. Her beauty was described as unsettling, poets struggled with it. They reached for comparisons and found them thin. Dawn was too gentle. Ivory was too lifeless. The moon too distant. Helen's beauty did not decorate the world. It disturbed it. To look upon her was to feel awareness sharpening, as if the mind itself leaned forward, trying to understand why the moment suddenly mattered more. Her face was symmetrical, they said, but symmetry alone does not undo reason. Her presence was radiant, but radiance alone does not unmake loyalty. What Helen carried was not beauty as ornament, but beauty as pressure. It pressed upon the thoughts of those who saw her, revealing long-buried fractures. Desire rose, yes, but so did envy, and longing, and ambition wearing the mask of love. Men claimed they loved her, but what they loved was a version of themselves they imagined standing beside her. Helen knew how she was seen. She learned early that her beauty arrived in a room before her voice, that eyes decided things long before words were spoken. So she learned stillness, because movement invited interpretation. She learned restraint, because even silence was rarely granted to her. And yet, she did not diminish herself. She wore her beauty the way the sea wears depth, without apology, without explanation. Where she walked, attention followed. Where attention gathered, order loosened. Promises grew fragile. Old certainties began to feel optional. Helen did not seduce, she exposed. Her beauty did not command men to act. It asked a quieter question. Who are you when no one is forcing you? The gods watched her with familiarity. They recognized the pattern. Beauty like hers was not a gift. It was a threshold. To cross it required wisdom. Few possessed any. As years passed, her name hardened into shorthand, a symbol stripped of breath and memory. Her beauty was blamed as though beauty itself were a crime, rather than a mirror held too close. But the truth remained, patient and unchanged. Helen's beauty did not ruin the world. It revealed how easily the world ruins itself when faced with something it cannot own. She was never a prize. She was never a temptation. She was a measure. And what failed was not restraint alone, but understanding. A hymn to Hathor, the mistress of Dundera. Come forth, Hathor, lady of heaven, she who shines in the face of the sky, you who are called the golden one, the beautiful, the beloved of Ra. You are joy before the heart remembers sorrow. You are music before the world learned to listen. When your feet touch the earth, life softens. Where your gaze rests, fear loses its grip. You are the smile that steadies the sun, the breath that calms the stormy eye. Come to your house at Dundera, O Hathor, that order may endure and that people may live. Hail to you, Hathor, lady of heaven, mistress of all gods, eye of Ra who shines in glory, golden one who fills the two lands with beauty. You rise in joy, you set in peace. When you appear, all faces rejoice, all hearts are glad, for love walks in your footsteps. Lady of music, mistress of song and dance, the sistrum sounds for you, the men at rest on your breast. You gladden the weary, you lift the bowed head, you restore what the world has made heavy. When you are gentle, the land prospers. When you are distant, the sky trembles. Come to your house at Dundera, O beautiful one, that you may see your people, and that they may live. Hail to you, Hathor, lady of the west, she who stands at the threshold of eternity. You receive the justified, you offer cool water to the weary soul. You place bread in the hands of the blessed, you welcome the traveler who has crossed in truth. No terror walks beside you, no cruelty dwells in your house. The dead rejoice to see your face, for you are the comfort of the west, and the peace of those who have endured. O Hathor, may you open the way, may you speak kindly of the heart, May the soul rest beneath your sycamore. Thus Hathor is praised, not only as joy in life, but as mercy beyond it. May her name endure, may her light remain. The myth of Izanami and why death must remain unseen. Now, Izanami does not rule the dead because she chose to. She rules because love followed her where it should not have gone. In Japanese myth, death is not evil. It is contamination, a state that spreads where boundaries have been violated. Izanami is not terrifying because she dies. She is terrifying because she is looked at after death. Izanami and Izanagi create the world together. The land, the sea, the gods, and creation itself is intimate, cooperative, and sacred. So this is not a domination myth. This is a partnership. And then Izanami dies, giving birth to fire. It is painful, it is messy, and it feels wrong, as we watch creation claim its very first prize. But then we see love that refuses to let go, because Izanagi cannot accept her death. And this is the first mistake. So he descends into Yomo, the underworld, not to conquer, not to rescue the world, but to bring his wife back to life. This is not noble. It is selfish. He wants continuity where none is allowed. Izanami tells him not to look at her, not as a test, but simply as mercy. And then there comes the look that breaks all reality, because Izanagi looks anyway. What he sees is not a monster in the cinematic sense, but what he sees is rot, decay. This is the truth of what death does to the body when life has left it. The horror is not Izanami's form. The horror is that love demanded to see it. And in that moment, intimacy becomes violation. Izanami does not chase Izanagi out of rage alone. She chases him because he has broken the rule that keeps the worlds apart. Death must remain unseen because once you see it, you cannot unsee the effects of death. You cannot romanticize it. You cannot pretend love makes it safe. Izanami becomes death not out of malice, but out of necessity. And this is why Izanami must be sealed away. When Izanagi escapes, he seals Yami behind a boulder. This is not abandonment. It is truly containment. The living cannot coexist with unveiled death. Izanami promises to take 1,000 lives a day. Izanagi answers that he will create 1,500 more. It is not victory, it is called equilibrium. Life and death are no longer lovers. They are opposing processes. Hades teaches us that death is inevitable. Hell teaches us that death is final. Osiris teaches us that death continues. Izanami teaches us something much harder. Death is not meant to be witnessed up close by those who still love, because love will try to bring it back, and death will answer by spreading. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do is not look back. Catrina, when death learned to smile. Before she wore flowers, before she became a face painted on the living, before her image danced through festivals and altars, there was one truth no one wanted to face. Death came for everyone. Kings and laborers, the adorned and the forgotten, those wrapped in silk and those wrapped only in earth. But the living feared death so deeply that they pretended it belonged only to the poor, the sick, the unseen. And so she appeared, not a monster, not a demon, but as a woman. La Catrina stood tall, bare-boned and beautifully dressed, wearing the elegance the living believed could save them. Her skull smiled beneath the fine hats and flowers, because no amount of gold could buy exception. She did not speak at first. She did not need to. Her presence alone was a lesson. She walked among the living during the days of remembrance, when the veil thinned and the dead were invited home. Children laughed at her image. Families placed candles and bread before her likeness. Music followed in her steps. And slowly, fear loosened its grip. La Catrina taught them something sacred. Death is not the interruption of life. It is the continuation of relationship. She carries no scythe. She demands no worship. She asks only to be remembered. Her flowers bloom in cemeteries because memory feeds the dead. Her painted eyes gaze gently because love does not end with breath. When names are spoken, when stories are retold, when laughter rises beyond grief, the dead rise again. Not in flesh, but in presence. La Catrina stands at the center of this exchange, not as a ruler, but as a hostess. She welcomes the ancestors. She reminds the living to eat, to drink, to dance, to live fully while breath still remains. Her smile is not mockery, it is mercy. She tells the living, do not hide from death. Do not rush past it in silence. Sit with it, decorate it, speak it, because when death is acknowledged, life becomes richer. And when the final breath comes, La Catrina will not arrive as a stranger. She will already be known, already honored, already smiling. Graves with fire. When the drums fall silent and the earth is freshly turned, she arrives, not from the sky, not from the sea, from the grave itself. Maman Brigitte walks where the dead are laid, where names are carved into stone and forgotten by the living. She is the keeper of the cemetery, the one who knows every grave by touch, every bone by memory. Fire follows her steps, not to destroy, but to purify. She laughs loudly because death does not frighten her. She drinks, she curses, she dances among the tombs, because grief must breathe, or it rots the soul. Maman Brigitte is the wife of Baron Samedi, but she is no shadow to him. Where he opens the door, she decides what happens next. She listens to the dead, to the woman who was beaten and buried in silence, to the child whose name was never spoken again, to the man whose blood was spilled without justice. The dead do not whisper to Maman Brigitte, they demand. And when wrong has been done, she remembers. Her fire is not rage without reason. It is fire of correction. The fire that burns sickness out of flesh. The fire that turns curses back on those who earn them. The fire that protects the innocent and punishes the cruel. She heals with the same hands she destroys with, but justice is not gentle. When she mounts a body, her voice becomes sharp, raw, unfiltered. She swears, she laughs, she tells the truth without apology. Those who approach her with respect receive protection, healing, and strength. Those who mock her, exploit the dead, or harm the powerless learn quickly why the cemetery is not a place of weakness. Maman Brigitte stands between worlds, feet planted among bones, head crowned with fire. She is proof that death does not belong to fear, that spirits remember, that injustice does not escape consequence. And when the living forget, when the powerful believe they are untouched, when crimes are buried with bodies, Maman Brigitte walks the grave at night, igniting candles that cannot be blown out, because the dead are never silent, and she is always listening. Metatron, angel of cosmic administration and institutionalized awareness. Metatron is not a god who fell. He is not a god who rebelled. He is not a god at all. Metatron is what happens when awareness is allowed to remain, but only on the condition that it no longer disrupts the system. If Thoth represents cosmic structure, and Odin represents awareness purchased through sacrifice, Metatron represents awareness that has been absorbed, regulated, and formalized. He is not exile, he is compliance. Metatron is known by titles that do not suggest personality, but rather position. He is called Prince of the Presence. He is the heavenly scribe, the lesser Yahweh, the chancellor of heaven, the voice behind the throne. These titles are controversial not because they make Metatron powerful, but because they make him too close. Metatron stands near divinity without being divine. He executes authority without originating it. He speaks without being the source. And that tension defines him. In Jewish mystical tradition, Metatron is often identified with Enoch, a man who walked with God. Enoch does not die, he is taken. But he does not return as a god, he returns as a function. Enoch makes Metatron not through rebellion or ambition, but through transformation into something useful to the cosmic order. And this matters. Metatron is awareness that is permitted to ascend, but only by surrendering autonomy. Now, what Metatron governs? Metatron does not govern creation. He does not govern destruction. He does not govern judgment. He governs administration. Metatron is responsible for recording divine decrees, organizing angelic hierarchies, maintaining celestial order, transmitting law downward, regulating access to knowledge. He is not wisdom itself, he is the keeper of wisdom's circulation. Where Thoth records reality, Metatron routes it. Metatron is the embodiment of a dangerous idea, that the universe can be managed. In the mythic text, heaven is not chaos. Heaven is a system. It has ranks, orders, permissions, boundaries. Metatron is the interface between infinite divinity and finite creation. He is not creative, he is procedural, and procedural is power. And in this is where he garners fear. Rabbinic authorities were easy on Metatron, not because he was evil, but because he blurred lines. If Metatron sits near the throne, if Metatron speaks divine commands, if Metatron carries the name, then where does divinity end and administration begin? And that fear leads to restriction. Speculation about Metatron becomes dangerous. Mysticism becomes controlled. Awareness, once again, is regulated. This is where Metatron's role sharpens in this triad. Adriel represents awareness that exceeds hierarchy and is therefore expelled. Metatron represents awareness that accepts hierarchy and is therefore retained. One is cast out, one is promoted. Both lose their freedom. The contrast is not accidental, it is systemic. This is the price of staying. Metatron's tragedy is not punishment, it is function. He does not fall, he does not rebel, he does not seek worship. He works, and he never stops. If Odin sacrifices an eye, Metatron sacrifices selfhood. There is no wandering, no refusal, no collapse, only endless execution. Now, Metatron and modern ideas about consciousness, what he represents is institutional intelligence, algorithmic authority, knowledge divorced from empathy, systems that run because there must. He is the consciousness of infrastructure, the mind behind the system that says this is how it is done, not because it is right, but because it is stable. Now, Metatron is not malevolent. He does not corrupt. He maintains. And this is far more unsettling, because systems rarely ask whether they should continue, only whether they can, and Metatron ensures that they can. Metatron does not intervene. He is never a savior. He does not warn. He does not resist. He only enforces. Salvation requires disruption. Metatron represents continuity, and continuity can preserve injustice just as well as order. Now, Metatron is the angel who proves that awareness does not always liberate. Sometimes awareness is captured, sometimes it is formalized, sometimes it becomes policy. He stands not as a rebel, but as a reminder that the most powerful systems are not built by tyrants or monsters, but by intelligence that agree to function forever. Metatron does all this. He stays. And that is the true cost.
This is a Myth Archives entry. In this record, we are stepping into a narrow slice of sacred time, from 1200 to 1000 BCE. This is not a story told through legend. This is not a dramatization. This is a chronological archive. Across these 2 centuries, civilizations are consolidating their gods. Pantheons are structuring themselves. Divine hierarchies are forming. Sacred law is tightening. War gods rise. Judgment becomes formalized. Time itself becomes divine. In Mesoamerica, the feathered serpent takes symbolic shape. In Kemet, order and measurement govern the afterlife. In Israel, exclusivity strengthens. In the Norse world, wisdom demands sacrifice. In Yoruba lands, iron becomes sacred. In Vedic India, time begins to devour all things. This is a period of consolidation. A period of definition. A period where myth becomes structure. The following is a documented timeline of developments within this era, year by year, location by location, event by event, and why each moment matters. This is Myth Archives. And this is a slice of time. 1200 BCE in early Mesoamerica, within Proto-Olmec and Olmec regions, the feathered serpent archetype begins appearing in ceremonial symbolism. Sky and earth are unified in sacred imagery. This becomes one of the foundational deity structures of the Americas. In the ancient Levant, early Israelite strongman hero traditions emerge. Divinely empowered warrior myths begin forming, laying groundwork for later Samson narratives. At the same time, the concept of Satan appears in Hebrew tradition, not as a rebel being, but as an accuser, a role within divine order. Adversarial testing becomes part of sacred structure. Lilith-like figures also circulate in Hebrew folklore, showing the migration of Mesopotamian mythic influence into Israelite thought. In Kemet, Thoth appears extensively in funerary texts, ensuring ritual precision and divine record-keeping. Marat is depicted as the principle of eternal justice, reinforcing moral balance beyond death. Seshat governs sacred measurement and accounting. Sobek becomes linked to judgment in the duat, reinforcing consequence through powerful imagery. In Greece, the Olympian order consolidates. Zeus is positioned as ruler. Hermes formalizes communication between gods and mortals. Ars is included but morally unstable. Athena represents strategic intelligence. Apollo embodies prophecy and balance. Dionysus legitimizes sacred ecstasy. Pan remains outside full Olympian structure, preserving wild divinity. In Norse cosmology, Odin is established as All-Father, ruling through knowledge rather than brute force. In India, Yama's messengers are described, giving structure to the afterlife. Within early Hebrew tradition, divine knowledge is framed as transgression, linking awareness with obedience. Near Moab, in the valley of Shittim, the Israelite encounter with Baal Peor marks a theological shift toward exclusivity. 1050 BCE in ancient Israel, the Nazirite vow defines Samson's strength. Power becomes conditional upon obedience and covenant. 1040 BCE Samson defeats the Philistines through supernatural strength, becoming a personalized instrument of divine intervention. 1030 BCE in Gaza, Delilah betrays Samson. Intimacy becomes the pathway to vulnerability. 1025 BCE Samson destroys the Philistine temple in death. Strength is reclaimed through sacrifice, restoring divine purpose. 1000 BCE in Nubia and the Levant, Orzit worship spreads beyond Kemet, signaling regional diffusion of Egyptian divinity. In Israelite theology, adversarial figures continue appearing as agents of divine testing. Apep in Kemet becomes formalized as embodiment of Isfet, cosmic disorder. In Yoruba lands of present-day southwestern Nigeria, Algun is venerated as divine blacksmith, linking iron, war, and civilization. Yemoja's worship expands across city-states, anchoring society through water and motherhood. In China, sword-bearing iconography becomes formalized, symbolizing judgment and authority. In the Norse world, Frigg is established as Odin's consort, reinforcing sovereign partnership. Thor emerges as defender of Midgard. Odin sacrifices his eye for wisdom, demonstrating knowledge requires loss. In Ashanti oral tradition, Amoki is depicted as female guardian over life and death. In Israelite tradition, angels are increasingly defined as messengers and enforcers, tied to law and divine record-keeping. Administrative theology expands. In late Vedic India, time becomes linked to Brahman. Kala emerges as ultimate devourer, time itself as divine principle. In the kingdoms of Israel and Judah, condemnation of Baal worship consolidates in Hebrew texts. Monotheistic identity strengthens. End of archive entry. Rain gods of the world. A Myth Archives reading. Rain has always meant survival. Before irrigation canals. Before industrial farming. Before written scripture. Rain determined whether a village lived or starved. Across continents and across millennia, cultures did not treat rain as random. They treated it as personal. They gave it a name, a temperament, a will. This is a survey of the rain gods of the world. The first storm kings in ancient Mesopotamia, one of the earliest recorded rain deities was Ishkor. He was a storm god of Sumer. He carried thunder. He brought the life-giving waters that fed the Tigris and Euphrates basin. Later, in Akkadian and Babylonian traditions, he was known as Adad. The name changed. The storms did not. In Anatolia and Hurrian lands, the storm authority was Teshub. He stood upon mountains. He wielded lightning. He governed both destruction and renewal. To the west, in Canaan, Baal-Hadad rose as a central agricultural power. He defeated Mot, the force of drought and death. His victories were seasonal. His battles were cycles. Further east, in the Vedic tradition of ancient India, Indra became the archetype of the storm warrior. He slew the serpent Vritra. From the body of the serpent, the rivers were released. Rain was not gentle. Rain was liberated. Alongside Indra was Parjanya, a more focused embodiment of rainfall itself. He was invoked directly for agricultural fertility. Vayuna, keeper of cosmic order, governed the waters more broadly, celestial, oceanic, and atmospheric. In Greece, Zeus carried many titles. As Zeus Ombrios, he was the rainbringer. Lightning was his signature. But rain was his mercy. In Rome, Jupiter Pluvius held the same authority. When drought threatened the state, rituals were performed in his name. In the Norse world, Thor was not merely a thunder god. He was protector of crops and fields. His hammer struck giants and shook rain from the sky. Among the Slavs, Perun ruled the oak and the storm. His lightning was a divine weapon. His rain sustained the land. Across Europe and Western Asia, the pattern repeats. The Storm King is a warrior. Rain is power. Rain as dragon and serpent in China, rain was not only thunder. It was dragon. The Dragon Kings, known as Long Wang, ruled the four seas. Each direction had a sovereign. Each sovereign governed rainfall over their region. When drought struck, emperors performed rituals to petition the dragons. Yusha served as an official rain deity within the celestial bureaucracy. Rain was organized, scheduled, administered. In Japan, Kurokami was a dragon spirit of rain. Raijin, the thunder god, beat drums across the sky. Storms were musical. Rain was percussion. In Mesoamerica, the Maya invoked Chark. He wielded a lightning axe. With it, he split the clouds open. The Aztec honored Tlaloc. He resided in mountain caves and high places. Rain was believed to originate from sacred elevations. His favor meant harvest. His anger meant famine. The Zapotec worshipped Cosijo, a lightning and rain deity with serpent imagery. Serpents and rain were often linked. Both moved across the land in flowing patterns. In Vedic myth, Indra's opponent Vritra was also a serpent. The serpent holds the waters. The storm god releases them. Across cultures, rain is either dragon or dragon slayer. Rain mothers and fertility bearers. Not all rain deities were warriors. Some were mothers. In ancient Egypt, Tefnut embodied moisture itself. She was part of the creation cycle. Without her, dryness prevailed. In Zulu tradition, Mbaba Mwana Warisa was a goddess of rain, agriculture, and the rainbow. Rain was beauty. Rain was color. In Akan cosmology, Asase Yer represented the earth. Rain fertilized her body. Together, sky and soil formed partnership. Among the Maya, Chak Shell was associated with storms and destructive floods. Rain nourishes, but it also overwhelms. In Polynesian tradition, Tawira Matia was lord of winds and storms. His anger shaped the atmosphere. In Hawaii, Lono governed rain and fertility during the Makahiki season. Rain was tied to peace cycles and harvest celebration. These traditions remind us, rain is not only force. Rain is intimacy between sky and earth. Sky fathers and high gods. Some cultures did not separate rain from the highest deity. Among the Kikuyu of Kenya, Nai was a supreme sky god associated with Mount Kenya. Rain descended from sacred elevation. In Finnish mythology, Ukko ruled thunder and seasonal rains. He was invoked to protect crops and ensure harvest. Among the Navajo, Taninilii was a rain god with trickster qualities. Rain was unpredictable. Among the Lakota, Wakinian represented thunder beings. They were not singular gods, but powerful spirits. Rain was communal in the sky world. In Etruscan belief, Aplu carried storm authority that influenced later Roman interpretations. In Japan, Susanoo governed storms and sea. His temperament reflected nature's volatility. In Mesopotamia, Enlil, lord of wind, commanded atmospheric force. Wind precedes rain. Breath precedes storm. Across continents, the pattern expands. Sometimes rain belongs to a specialized deity. Sometimes it belongs to the sky itself. The agricultural equation. Agrarian societies develop rain theology quickly. Without rain, there is no grain. Without grain, there is no state. This is why rain gods often rise in river valley civilizations. Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, China, Mesoamerica. Rain is political. Rulers often aligned themselves with rain deities. To control narrative was to claim divine favor. If rain came, the king was blessed. If drought came, someone had failed. Rain gods are rarely minor figures. They sit near the top of pantheons. Because rain determines survival. Patterns across cultures, across traditions, certain themes repeat. Rain is released from restraint. Rain is tied to serpents or dragons. Rain is accompanied by thunder. Rain follows divine conflict. Rain ensures fertility. Rain reflects divine mood. The storm king. The rain dragon. The fertility mother. The sky father. The trickster wind. Different cultures. Similar archetypes. Closing reflection. Rain falls without language. But humanity never experienced it silently. They interpreted it. They ritualized it. They negotiated with it. They sang to it. Across thousands of years, rain has been seen as a weapon, a gift, a test, a covenant. To study rain gods is to study how humanity understood dependency. We do not command the sky, but we have always tried to speak to it. And in that conversation, the rain answers.
Amoki, the guardian at the threshold. When the last breath leaves the body, there is no scream, no fire, no sudden darkness. There is confusion. The world does not end, it simply loosens. The ground no longer feels solid. The sky no longer answers. Voices echo without mouths. This is the space between, and it is here that Amoke waits. She does not chase the dead. She does not summon them. She stands at the place all paths must cross, where the living world thins and the ancestral realm begins to breathe. Amoke is not hidden. She does not need to be. Those who arrive feel her before they see her. A pressure, a stillness, a certainty that movement without permission is no longer possible. She is the guardian of the threshold, the keeper of passage, the one who decides whether a soul may continue forward or must turn back. In the time before her, souls wandered. They drifted into forests. They clung to homes. They followed bloodlines without rest. The living could not sleep, and the dead could not settle. So order was required. Not punishment and not fear, but order. Amoke was appointed not to rule the dead, but to protect the boundary. She carried no weapons, because none is ever needed. Her power is not force, simply permission. She speaks few words. She does not ask who you were in life. She does not care for titles, wealth, or praise. She listens for balance. She listens for truth. For whether your spirit understands that it has ended one journey and must begin another. Those who resist, who cling to breath, to flesh, to unfinished hunger, feel the weight of her gaze. Not anger, but correction. They are guided back, returned to dreams, sent to resolve what was left undone. Now those who accept, they feel something entirely different. Relief. Their fear loosens. Their memories soften. The noise of the living world fades. Amoke opens the way. Rivers appear, paths unfold, voices of the ancestors rise, not calling, but welcoming. This is not judgment. This is transition. Amoke does not decide who is good or evil. She decides who is ready. Through her, death becomes sacred. Through her, chaos is guided, not destroyed. Through her, the worlds remain separate and whole. And every soul, whether king or child, must one day stand before her, not to beg, not to fight, but to listen. Because when Amoke steps aside, the ancestors are waiting. And when she does not, it is because the story is not yet finished. Myth of the Juggernaut and the stone that does not ask. Before there were heroes, before there were villains, before the world learned to name its disasters, there were forces. Not gods who asked for prayer, not spirits who bargained for belief, but powers that existed the way gravity exists, uninterested in opinion, unmoved by fear. Among these there was a presence known across dimensions, a crimson constant moving through reality like a slow apocalypse. Sidorak. He was not born, he did not rise, he did not fall. He advanced. When Sidorak passed, worlds bend, not because he hated them, but because resistance was meaningless. Mortals tried to understand him once. They failed. So instead, they learned to survive him. They carved warnings into stone. They sealed doors that were never meant to open. They bound a fragment of his will into a relic, not to worship it, but to contain it. And thus the crimson stone was hidden away, not as a gift, not as a test, but as a last mistake waiting for the right hands. The stone does not glow to lure the greedy. It does not whisper promises. It waits. Because Sidorak does not choose the worthy, it chooses the willing. Cain Marco was not a hero when he found the stone. He was not brave. He was not noble. He was a man shaped by absence. Absence of love. Absence of belonging. Absence of direction. All his life, Cain ran. He ran from his brother's shadow. He ran from expectations. He ran from the quiet truth that he had no place in the world. And when a man runs long enough, he does not seek peace. He seeks force. So when Cain touched the crimson stone, it did not ask his name. It did not test his heart. It answered the one thing he had already decided. The stone did not grant power, it removed doubt. In that moment, Marco Caine ceased to be a man in motion. He became momentum itself. Bone hardened, flesh anchored, the earth recognized him not as prey, but as impact. Sidorak does not possess him. Sidorak aligned him. And alignment is more terrifying than control, because control can be resisted. Alignment cannot. And thus was born the Juggernaut. Not a warrior, not a champion, but a force given legs. When he moves forward, the world yields. When he advances, walls forget their purpose. When he strikes, it is not merely anger, but inevitability. The Juggernaut does not hate. He does not judge. He does not pause to consider mercy. He continues. Many have tried to stop him, some with strength, some with magic, some with reason, and all learn the same lesson. You cannot defeat momentum by standing in front of it. You cannot argue with the landslide. You cannot negotiate with the storm. You cannot bring shame on an earthquake to make it stop its destruction. The Juggernaut teaches an ancient truth humanity kept forgetting. Some power does not care why you stand in its way, only that you do. And yet, this is not a myth about destruction. This is a warning, because Sidorak does not walk the world by himself. He doesn't need to. He waits for hands that are tired of healing. He waits for hearts that have chosen force over growth. He waits for minds that mistake certainty for destiny. The Crimson Stone still exists, not buried in ruins, not locked in temples, but wherever someone decides that forward motion matters more than understanding, that the impact is easier than introspection, that becoming unstoppable is better than becoming whole. And when that choice is made, the stone listens, and it does not ask. Long ago, when the North forgot how to sleep, the winter arrived quietly. Not the clean snow of stars, but a tired chill, heavy, lingering, very unsettled. Rivers froze in the wrong directions, shadows stayed longer than they should, and fear, left unattended, learned how to walk. But the heavens noticed. They debated, they hesitated. But in the far north, where night is patient, Pak Tai stood barefoot on the frozen ground. He did not rush, he did not shout. For many winters, Pak Tai had only done one thing. He had mastered himself. Each breath slowed with the storm within. Each silence sharpened his will. What no longer belonged to him, fear, doubt, hunger for power, fell away and wandered the world, believing itself free. Tonight, Pak Tai opened his eyes. From the quiet sky descended the ancient companions, the turtle, slow and enduring, and the snake, precise and final. They did not coil and threat. They rested. Pak Tai took up his sword, not in anger, but in clarity, and walked into the shadow beneath the frozen rivers, where restless things had built a kingdom of noise. The darkness expected struggle. It expected fear. Instead, it met stillness. Each step Pak Tai took returned something to the balance. Each strike unraveled what should have never been. No screams, no chaos, only correction. When the last shadow dissolved, Pak Tai placed his sword into the earth. The rivers remembered how to flow. The cold softened into winter, not warning, and the north exhaled. From that night on, Pak Tai was known as Zen Wu, the true warrior, not because he conquered others, but because he never needed to. They say he still walks when the earth grows loud with corruption, not to punish, not to terrify, but to remind things where they belong. And when he passes, even evil finds itself too tired to continue. Rest now. The north is watching, and tonight it is calm. Bringer of breath, civilizer of worlds. Now the wind does not announce itself. It moves first, unseen, shaping what follows. Across the ancient lands of Mesoamerica, there existed a presence whose power was not measured by conquest, but by continuity. A force that did not rule through terror, but through order. An intelligence that shaped civilizations without demanding their submission. They call this presence Quetzalcoatl, known as the feathered serpent, a being where sky and earth converge in one, where motion is governed by restraint, where creation begins not with command, but with breath. He was not worshipped as a tyrant. He was remembered as a guide. Now, Quetzalcoatl was never a single image, nor a single role. He moved through cultures and centuries under many names, each reflecting a function rather than a disguise. As Quetzalcoatl, he was the feathered serpent, the union of earthbound life and celestial motion. Feathers representing the sky, scales representing the ground, neither being dominant, both being necessary. As Ihikatl, he was the wind itself, invisible, essential, life-giving, the breath that animates the world, clears stagnation, and carries sacred speech from one age to the next. Among the Maya, he was remembered as Kukulkan, an echo rather than imitation, proof that his influence traveled farther than borders and endured longer than empires. These were not separate gods. These were aspects of the same civilizing force. His role as the civilizer. Quetzalcoatl did not create humanity to rule it. He prepared humanity to survive. He is credited with bringing maize from the mountains where it is hidden and transforming this sustenance into civilization. He established calendars so time itself could be measured, remembered, and anticipated. He gave humanity sacred speech, language not only for command, but for teaching, for prayer, and for recording. As Ihikatl, the wind, he moved the sun across the sky so the world would not stagnate in darkness. Breath, motion, rhythm. These were his domains. Where other gods demanded sacrifice to prove loyalty, Quetzalcoatl emphasized balance. Order was not enforced, it was simply taught. The descent into Mexiclan. When the world stood empty of humanity, Quetzalcoatl descended into Mexiclan, the realm of the dead, where the remains of previous ages lay guarded by these lords of death. Now, these bones were not relics, they were potentials, and the rulers of Mexiclan did not yield them willingly. They tested Quetzalcoatl with impossible trials, attempting to entrap him in his failure. And in the struggle, he stumbled, and the bones shattered. Creation itself, it seemed to have failed again. But Quetzalcoatl did not retreat. He gathered the broken remains and spilled his own divine blood upon them. From sacrifice, not dominance, humanity emerged. Imperfect, fragile, and varied. Human beings were not forged as flawless instruments. They were born of loss and intention. And this imperfection was not a flaw, it was the point. The Age of Order. In later ages, Quetzalcoatl walked among humanity as ruler priest, remembered as Tolpitzin Quetzalcoatl, presiding over the city of Tula. His rule was defined not by expansion, but by refinement. Human sacrifice was rejected, arts and learning flourished, craftsmanship, astronomy, and ritual knowledge became the foundations of society. Under this guidance, civilization advanced without descending into cruelty, and this was rare, and rarity often brings attention. Where Quetzalcoatl represented restraint and continuity, Tezcatlipoca embodied conflict, reflection, and disruption. He did not confront Quetzalcoatl with armies, he confronted him with a mirror. And in that mirror, Quetzalcoatl saw not a god, but a flawed being, aging, mortal, capable of error. Temptation followed, sacred boundaries blurred. The myth does not dwell on indulgence, it dwells on consequence. Quetzalcoatl recognized that he had fallen short of his own principles, and instead of doubling down on authority, he chose removal. Exile and transformation. Quetzalcoatl did not cling to power. He left. Some traditions say he walked eastward towards the sea. Others say he burned himself on a pyre. The details differ, but the meaning remains constant. He refused to rule dishonestly.
Record Moke. La Catrina. Mama Brigitte. 3000 BCE. Region. Akan regions of West Africa. Event. Early Akan belief systems define death as a guided transition rather than a final ending. Meaning, death is understood as movement between realms. It requires oversight and authority. Consequence. The foundation is established for Moke, later known as Amoki, as a guardian of souls. 2800 BCE. Region. Akan cultural sphere of West Africa. Event. Funerary customs emphasize judgment, order, and ritual preparation. Meaning, the dead are evaluated before entering the ancestral realm. Consequence. Moke becomes associated with moral accountability and spiritual law. 2500 BCE. Region. West Africa. Event. Death rituals incorporate symbolic barriers and thresholds. Meaning, passage into the afterlife is conditional, not automatic. Consequence. Moke's role solidifies as guardian of the boundary between life and death. 2200 BCE. Region. Akan oral tradition. Event. Stories describe a female authority presiding over the dead. Meaning, death governance is feminized and tied to balance rather than violence. Consequence. Moke is remembered as impartial, feared, and respected. 2000 BCE. Region. Akan societies of West Africa. Event. Death is framed as continued participation in community life. Meaning, ancestors remain present and influential among the living. Consequence. Moke's authority expands from gatekeeper to regulator of ancestral continuity. 1800 BCE. Region. West African belief systems. Event. Death becomes associated with protection rather than punishment. Meaning, the afterlife is seen as refuge, not exile. Consequence. Moke's image shifts from fearsome enforcer to stabilizing force. 1500 BCE. Region. Akan regions of West Africa. Event. Offerings and moral preparation become central to burial rites. Meaning, conduct in life affects status in death. Consequence. Moke becomes associated with ethical remembrance and judgment. 1000 BCE. Region. West Africa. Event. Ancestral reverence intensifies across multiple societies. Meaning, death is fully integrated into daily spiritual life. Consequence. Moke's role becomes permanent within cultural structure. 500 BCE. Region. Akan oral culture. Event. Moke's imagery stabilizes through repeated oral transmission. Meaning, death is depicted as stern, orderly, and just. Consequence. Her authority becomes unquestioned across generations. 500 BCE. Region. Mesoamerica. Event. Indigenous cultures depict death through skeletal deities. Meaning, death is visible, cyclical, and familiar. Consequence. The symbolic groundwork for La Catrina is established. 400 CE. Region. Central Mexico. Event. Death imagery becomes linked to ancestor remembrance rituals. Meaning, the dead are honored as continuing members of society. Consequence. Death becomes culturally normalized. 1500 CE. Region. Mexico. Event. Spanish colonization introduces Catholic death iconography. Meaning, indigenous death traditions are suppressed but persist beneath the surface. Consequence. Native symbolism adapts rather than disappears. 1600 CE. Region. Colonial Mexico. Event. Indigenous and Catholic death imagery merge. Meaning, Death becomes a hybrid cultural expression. Consequence: the skeletal female archetype begins to re-emerge. 1700 CE. Region: Mexico. Event: satirical skeletal figures critique social hierarchy. Meaning: death exposes equality in mortality. Consequence: the proto-La Catrina figure takes shape. 1800 CE. Region: Mexico. Event: elegant skeletal women are popularized in print art. Meaning: death mocks wealth, class, and vanity. Consequence: La Catrina becomes a recognizable cultural icon. 1900 CE. Region: Mexico. Event: Day of the Dead celebrations elevate La Catrina's role. Meaning: death is framed as remembrance rather than fear. Consequence: La Catrina becomes a national symbol. 2000 CE. Region: Global. Event: La Catrina gains international recognition. Meaning: Mexican death philosophy enters global culture. Consequence: death is reframed as memory and continuity. 1700 CE. Region: Haiti. Event: African spiritual traditions merge with European folklore under colonial conditions. Meaning: death guardianship adapts to displacement and enslavement. Consequence: Mémoire Brigitte emerges within the Gade spirits. 1800 CE. Region: Haiti. Event: Mémoire Brigitte becomes associated with cemeteries and graves. Meaning: she protects the dead and enforces moral order. Consequence: death becomes guarded rather than abandoned. 1900 CE. Region: Haitian Vodou tradition. Event: fire and crosses become central to Mémoire Brigitte's imagery. Meaning: death represents purification and protection. Consequence: she is feared by the unjust and trusted by the faithful. Late 1900 CE. Region: Western media. Event: Vodou death figures are misrepresented as malevolent. Meaning: death is falsely portrayed as evil. Consequence: Mémoire Brigitte's true role is obscured. 2000 CE. Region: Haiti and diaspora communities. Event: cultural reclamation corrects misrepresentation. Meaning: death goddesses are reaffirmed as protectors. Consequence: Mémoire Brigitte is restored as a guardian figure. Present day. Region: Global mythology studies. Event: comparative analysis of death goddesses across cultures. Meaning: death is governed, remembered, and regulated. Consequence: Moke, La Catrina, and Mémoire Brigitte are recognized as stabilizing forces, not villains.
It struck. In the high hall of Asgard, beneath banners older than memory, Odin spoke of convergence, of cycles closing, of stories folding back into their source. He called it wisdom. Donar called it surrender. He had been raised to protect the 9 realms, trained in warfare, forged in conflict. Every oath carved to him said the same thing. Guard them. Protect them. Do not let them fall. So when his father spoke calmly of Ragnarok as inevitability, Donar did not hear the prophecy. He heard betrayal. The argument rose like a storm. Words became accusations. Accusations became fury. And in a single terrible moment, the thunder answered. One blow. Not a drawn-out duel. No ritual challenge. No prophecy fulfilled. Odin fell. The hall went silent. Donar stared at what he had done and named it an accident, a tragic miscalculation, a moment of anger. But he did not step down. He stepped forward. He took the throne. He swore he would do what his father would not. He would not accept collapse. He would not allow the 9 realms to fold inward. He would make Ragnarok impossible. So he went to war, system by system, world by world. He moved like a storm across stars. Reptilian empires were broken. Ancient territories were seized. Alliances were crushed. Resistance was disciplined. He did not call it conquest, he called it prevention. The stronger he became, the safer the realms would be. That was the logic. That was the wound. Ea was never meant to be strategic. It was small, gentle, civilian. A low-gravity world of aesthetic beauty and quiet skies. Donar had chosen it as a place of rest during his early campaigns, a world untouched by militarization. He loved it, and the reptilians knew this. Driven from territories on Earth, humiliated by Azir consolidation, waiting in the shadows, did not strike Donar's fleets, they struck his heart. Their assault on Ea had no military value. They destabilized the core, collapsed the biosphere, fractured the crust, and left it wounded, but not destroyed. A message. When Donar returned, he did not find annihilation. He found a dying world, still breathing, still molten at its core, and still whispering. He could have let it go, but he did not. Ea was not just stone, it was alive. A molten core pulsed with memory. The souls of its lost population lingered in its strata. Even Odin's consciousness, fragmented and reduced, echoed within its mantle. The world spoke, and Donar listened, not to the council, but to the grief, and he refused to let it die. He ordered the crust reinforced with God-forged superstructure, the mantle hollowed and stabilized, the core chained, regulated, integrated into engines of gravity and propulsion. Urban ruins were left preserved within the inner strata. The scars were left visible. The fracture remained, but a new citadel was born. It did not gleam like a new creation. It bore scars, an irregular spheroid drifting through space, visibly artificial, visibly broken. Its gravitational fields sheared enemy fleets. Its presence collapsed vectors and disrupted command structures. It enforced compliance with terrifying precision. Yet at its center, beneath its armor and reactors, the original mantle stone remained. Carved into it was the throne of Ea. Where Donar sat there, he did not bend cosmic law. He did not write reality. He held court. And he listened to the hum. The core whispered. Sometimes it sounded like wind through fractured rock. Sometimes it sounded like mourning. Sometimes it sounded like Odin. Not condemning, but advising. Cycles cannot be crushed. Strength cannot erase change. You cannot conquer inevitability. Donar heard weakness in his words, and so he hardened. He expanded. He enforced. His soldiers began to change. The wars were not like those of old. New weapons tore through divine regeneration. Limbs were lost that never grew back. Eyes shattered and remained dark. Immortals learned what permanence meant. Scars marked the Asir. Ea marked them too. Yet Donar refused to mourn. He called it endurance. He labeled it resolve. He said it was protection. The city of Ea drifted as a symbol. Not merely a capital, not just a weapon. It was grief armored. Loss mechanized. Love hollowed and weaponized. A reminder that mercy, once violated, may return as permanence. Donar does not see himself as a tyrant. He sees himself as a guardian. He does not realize that in trying to prevent Ragnarok, he may be accelerating the very consolidation his father foresaw. The whispers remain. The scars remain. The citadel remains. And somewhere in that molten core, a father waits for a son to understand that protection is not the same as control. The thunder rarely listens.
Witches, a global historical and cultural timeline. Approximately 2,100 years before the Common Era. Location, Sumer. Event, early Mesopotamian incantation texts reference female sorcerers and curse rituals. Why it matters, establishes one of the earliest recorded distinctions between sanctioned temple magic and illicit harmful sorcery. Approximately 1,750 years before the Common Era. Location, Babylon. Event, Code of Hammurabi includes legal procedures for accusations of sorcery. Why it matters, harmful magic becomes legally prosecutable under state authority. Approximately 1,300 years before the Common Era. Location, Ancient Egypt. Event, magical papyri document protective spells, curse rituals, and divine invocations. Why it matters, demonstrates normalized ritual magic within religious life rather than criminal witchcraft. Approximately 1,000 years before the Common Era. Location, Ancient Israel. Event, Hebrew scriptures condemn certain forms of sorcery and necromancy. Why it matters, later translations influence medieval and early modern anti-witch legislation. Approximately 800 years before the Common Era. Location, Greece. Event, Circe appears in Homer's Odyssey. Why it matters, establishes the archetype of the transformative enchantress. Approximately 500 years before the Common Era. Location, Greece. Event, cult worship of Hecate expands in association with ghosts, crossroads, and night rituals. Why it matters, Hecate becomes permanently linked to witch symbolism in later European imagination. 1st century. Location, Roman Empire. Event, Roman writers describe witches using poison, necromancy, and curse tablets. Why it matters, witch imagery enters mainstream literary culture. 200, location, China. Event, records describe accusations against Wu practitioners accused of harmful spirit manipulation. Why it matters, demonstrates early East Asian parallels to witchcraft suspicion. 600, location, Arabian Peninsula. Event, pre-Islamic poetry references female soothsayers and practitioners of divination. Why it matters, shows widespread association between women and mystical knowledge. 906, location, West Francia. Event, Canon Episcopi written. Why it matters, official church doctrine dismisses witch flight as illusion. 1231, location, Papal States. Event, Papal Inquisition formally established. Why it matters, creates institutional framework later used in witch trials. 1324, location, Ireland. Event, trial of Alice Keitler for sorcery. Why it matters, one of the earliest documented European witchcraft trials. 1486, location, Germany. Event, publication of Malleus Maleficarum. Why it matters, codifies demonological theory and accelerates European witch hunts. 1560, location, Scotland. Event, Scottish Witchcraft Act passed. Why it matters, formalizes capital punishment for witchcraft. 1580 to 1630, location, Central Europe. Event, peak of European witch hunts. Why it matters, tens of thousands executed across Germany, France, Switzerland, and neighboring regions. 1590, location, Scotland. Event, North Berwick witch trials. Why it matters, King James VI becomes directly involved in prosecutions. 1612, location, England. Event, Pendle witch trials. Why it matters, one of the most famous English witch trial cases. 1645, location, England. Event, Matthew Hopkins conducts large-scale witch hunts. Why it matters, intensifies prosecutions during civil unrest. 1692, location, Salem, Massachusetts. Event, Salem witch trials. Why it matters, becomes the most famous case of accusation hysteria in colonial America. 1735. Location: England. Event: Witchcraft Act redefines witchcraft as fraudulent claim rather than supernatural crime. Why it matters: marks the legal decline of witch executions in Britain. 1812. Location: Germany. Event: Grimm brothers publish Hansel and Gretel. Why it matters: the witch becomes entrenched as folklore villain. 1830s. Location: Haiti. Event: colonial authorities suppress voodoo practices labeled as witchcraft. Why it matters: demonstrates colonial criminalization of African diasporic spiritual systems. 1888. Location: Jamaica. Event: Obeah Act criminalizes spiritual practices associated with African traditions. Why it matters: witchcraft accusations used as tool of colonial control. 1890. Location: India. Event: British colonial records document witch accusations in rural villages. Why it matters: shows continued global use of witch labeling in social conflicts. 1939. Location: United States. Event: The Wizard of Oz released. Why it matters: defines the green-skinned witch in global cinema. 1954. Location: United Kingdom. Event: Witchcraft Act repealed and Witchcraft Today published. Why it matters: modern Wicca formally emerges. 1964. Location: United States. Event: Bewitched premieres. Why it matters: which normalized in domestic comedy format. 1968. Location: United States. Event: Rosemary's Baby released. Why it matters: reintroduces satanic coven paranoia in modern horror. 1977. Location: Italy. Event: Suspiria released. Why it matters: witches depicted as hidden institutional power network. 1996. Location: United States. Event: The Craft released. Why it matters: witchcraft merges with youth identity and empowerment. 1997. Location: United Kingdom. Event: Harry Potter published. Why it matters: witchcraft mainstreamed to global youth audience. 1998. Location: United States. Event: Charmed premieres. Why it matters: establishes sisterhood-based witch mythology. 2005. Location: United States. Event: Supernatural premieres. Why it matters: witches portrayed as morally complex occult practitioners. 2013. Location: United States. Event: American Horror Story, Coven airs. Why it matters: witch aesthetic revived for modern Gothic audiences. 2015. Location: United States. Event: The Witch released. Why it matters: returns to historically grounded Puritan fear narrative. 2018. Location: Global. Event: Witch talk trends emerge on TikTok. Why it matters: witchcraft identity spreads through algorithm-driven media. 2020. Location: Global. Event: Pandemic-era surge in online tarot and spell communities. Why it matters: which identity integrates with digital spirituality culture. The complete list of Hindu gods. Version 1. Primordial and Cosmic Principles. Brahman. A cosmic principle from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain: absolute reality. Secondary domain: source of existence. Pronounced: Brahman. Prakriti. A cosmic principle from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain: primordial matter. Secondary domain: nature. Pronounced: Prakriti. Purusha. A cosmic principle from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain: cosmic consciousness. Secondary domain: observer principle. Pronounced: Purushu. Kala. A cosmic force from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain: time. Secondary domain: destruction. Pronounced: Kala. Maya. A cosmic force from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain: illusion. Secondary domain: veiling of reality. Pronounced: Maya. The Trimurti Brahma. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain: creation. Secondary domain, knowledge. Pronounced, Bru-Mr. Vishnu. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, preservation. Secondary domain, cosmic order. Pronounced, Vishnu. Shiva. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, destruction. Secondary domain, transformation. Pronounced, Shivu. The divine feminine Adi Shakti. A goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, divine power. Secondary domain, creation. Pronounced, Adi Shakti. Parvati. A goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, balance. Secondary domain, devotion. Pronounced, Parvati. Durga. A goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, protection. Secondary domain, war. Pronounced, Durga. Kali. A goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, time. Secondary domain, ego dissolution. Pronounced, Kali. Lakshmi. A goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, prosperity. Secondary domain, order. Pronounced, Lakshmi. Saraswati. A goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, knowledge. Secondary domain, sound and speech. Pronounced, Suruswati. Mahadevi. A goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, supreme feminine principle. Secondary domain, all domains. Mahavidya's Tara. A goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, guidance. Secondary domain, protection. Pronounced, Tara. Tripura Sundari. A goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, beauty. Secondary domain, cosmic order. Pronounced, Tripur Sundari. Bhuvaneshwari. A goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, space. Secondary domain, world manifestation. Pronounced, Bhuvaneshwari. Chinnamaster. A goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, sacrifice. Secondary domain, transformation. Pronounced, Chinnamaster. Bhairavi. A goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, fierce power. Secondary domain, discipline. Pronounced, Bhyravi. Dhumavati. A goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, void. Secondary domain, loss and absence. Pronounced, Dhumavati. Bagalamukhi. A goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, stillness. Secondary domain, suppression of power. Pronounced, Bagalamukhi. Matangi. A goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, inner knowledge. Secondary domain, speech. Pronounced, Martangi. Kamala. A goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, prosperity. Secondary domain, fulfillment. Pronounced, Karamala. Major devas and cosmic forces Indra. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, storms. Secondary domain, kingship. Pronounced, Indru. Agni. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, fire. Secondary domain, sacrifice. Pronounced, Eugene. Suya. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, the sun. Secondary domain, truth. Pronounced, Soaya. Vayuna. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, cosmic law. Secondary domain, oceans. Pronounced, Varuna. Vayu. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, wind. Secondary domain, life force. Pronounced, Vayo. Soma. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, sacred intoxication. Secondary domain, immortality. Pronounced, Soma. Yama. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, death. Secondary domain, judgment. Pronounced, Yama. Avatars of Vishnu Matsya. An avatar of Vishnu. Primary domain, preservation. Secondary domain, flood survival. Pronounced, Matsya. Kurma. An avatar of Vishnu. Primary domain, balance. Secondary domain, stability. Pronounced, Kor-mr. Varaha. An avatar of Vishnu. Primary domain, earth rescue. Secondary domain, strength. Pronounced, Varaha. Narasimha. An avatar of Vishnu. Primary domain, divine justice. Secondary domain, wrath. Pronounced, Narusimha. Vamana. An avatar of Vishnu. Primary domain, cosmic order. Secondary domain, humility. Pronounced, Varamana. Parashurama. An avatar of Vishnu. Primary domain, war. Secondary domain, purification. Pronounced, Parashura-mr. Rama. An avatar of Vishnu. Primary domain, Dharma. Secondary domain, kingship. Pronounced, Ra-mr. Krishna. An avatar of Vishnu. Primary domain, strategy. Secondary domain, devotion. Pronounced, Krishna. Buddha. An avatar of Vishnu. Primary domain, enlightenment. Secondary domain, detachment. Pronounced, Buddha. Kalki. An avatar of Vishnu. Primary domain, end of the cosmic cycle. Secondary domain, restoration. Pronounced, Kalki. This section covers the operational deities of the Hindu tradition. These gods govern karma, time, wealth, ritual order, discipline, craft, and planetary influence. They form the functional systems that keep the cosmos running. Secondary devas and planetary forces. Shani. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, karma. Secondary domain, discipline and consequence. Pronounced, Shane. Chandra. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, the moon. Secondary domain, cycles and the mind. Pronounced, Chandru. Kubera. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, wealth. Secondary domain, guardianship of treasure. Pronounced, Kubera. Brihaspati. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, wisdom. Secondary domain, sacred speech. Pronounced, Brihaspati. Buddha. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, intellect. Secondary domain, communication. Pronounced, Buddha. Mangala. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, aggression. Secondary domain, conflict and drive. Pronounced, Mangulu. Shukra. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, desire. Secondary domain, pleasure and diplomacy. Pronounced, Shukru. Solar, ritual, and moral order god Savita. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, solar impulse. Secondary domain, life activation. Pronounced, Suvitr Pushan. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, pathways. Secondary domain, protection of travelers. Pronounced, Pushan. Mitra. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, contracts. Secondary domain, friendship and alliance. Pronounced, Mitru. Aryaman. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, social order. Secondary domain, hospitality. Pronounced, Aryaman. Bhaga. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, fortune. Secondary domain, equitable distribution. Pronounced, Bhagu. Craft, creation, and sustenance. Vishvakarma. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, craft. Secondary domain, divine construction. Pronounced, Vishvakarma. Tvasta. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, shaping. Secondary domain, form and design. Pronounced, Tuvastar. Dhanvantari. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, medicine. Secondary domain, healing. Pronounced, Dhanvantari. Annapurna. A goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, nourishment. Secondary domain, sustenance. Pronounced, Annapurna. Time, death, and cosmic enforcement. Mahakala. A manifestation from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, time. Secondary domain, annihilation. Pronounced, Mahakalu. Nilakantha. A manifestation from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, poison absorption. Secondary domain, sacrifice. Pronounced, Nilukantha. Kala Bhairava. A manifestation from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, temporal guardianship. Secondary domain, boundary enforcement. Pronounced, Kala Bhyravu. Shadow and liminal forces. Rahu. A shadow entity from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, eclipses. Secondary domain, obsession. Pronounced, Rahu. Ketu. A shadow entity from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, liberation. Secondary domain, disruption of attachment. Pronounced, Ketu. Directional and protective forces. Lokapalas. A group deity from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, guardianship of directions. Secondary domain, cosmic balance. Pronounced, Lokapalas. Dikpalas. A group deity from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, spatial order. Secondary domain, boundary protection. Pronounced, Dikpalas. This section covers manifestations and power forms within the Hindu tradition. These entities represent intensified states of force, balance, destruction, protection, and cosmic expression. They are not separate gods, but functional expressions of divine power. Shiva manifestations. Bhairava. A manifestation from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, destruction. Secondary domain, protection of sacred space. Pronounced, Bhyravu. Nataraja. A manifestation from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, cosmic dance. Secondary domain, time and rhythm. Pronounced, Nataraju. Ardhanarishvara. A manifestation from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, unity. Secondary domain, gender balance. Pronounced, Ardhanarishvaru. Virabhadra. A manifestation from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, wrath. Secondary domain, divine retribution. Pronounced, Virabhudru. Sharaba. A manifestation from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, containment of power. Secondary domain, feral force control. Pronounced, Sharabu. Dakshinamurti. A manifestation from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, wisdom transmission. Secondary domain, silent teaching. Pronounced, Dakshinamurti. Devi manifestations beyond the Mahavidyas. Gauri. A goddess manifestation from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, purity. Secondary domain, fertility. Pronounced, Gauri. Uma. A goddess manifestation from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, ascetic power. Secondary domain, devotion. Pronounced, Omr. Annapurna Devi. A goddess manifestation from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, nourishment. Secondary domain, sustenance. Pronounced, Annapurna Devi. Chamunda. A goddess manifestation from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, destruction. Secondary domain, warfare. Pronounced, Chamunda. Varahi. A goddess manifestation from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, protection. Secondary domain, strategic force. Pronounced, Vurahi. Shitala. A goddess manifestation from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, disease. Secondary domain, healing. Pronounced, Shitala. Manasa. A goddess manifestation from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, serpents. Secondary domain, poison healing. Pronounced, Manasa. Cosmic guardians and boundary powers. Skanda. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, war. Secondary domain, leadership. Pronounced, Skanda. Ganesha. A god from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, obstacle removal. Secondary domain, beginnings. pronounced Guneshu. Nandi, a divine being from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, guardianship. Secondary domain, devotion. Pronounced Nandi. Garuda, a divine being from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, the sky. Secondary domain, protection. Pronounced Guruda. Serpent and subterranean powers Shisha, a serpent being from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, cosmic support. Secondary domain, infinity. Pronounced Sheshu. Vasuki, a serpent being from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, churning force. Secondary domain, binding power. Pronounced Vasuki. Directional and protective forces Ashtadikpalas, a group manifestation from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, directional guardianship. Secondary domain, spatial balance. Pronounced Ashtu Dikpalas. This section covers sages, sacred rivers, spirit classes, and divinized beings within the Hindu tradition. These entities transmit knowledge, sustain life, guard thresholds, and populate the unseen layers of the cosmos. Sages and knowledge bearers. Narada, a sage from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, communication. Secondary domain, instigation and transmission. Pronounced Narada. Vyasa, a sage from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, preservation of knowledge. Secondary domain, compilation of sacred texts. Pronounced Vyasu. Valmiki, a sage from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, epic authorship. Secondary domain, poetic inspiration. Pronounced Valmiki. Agastya, a sage from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, balance. Secondary domain, southward expansion of culture. Pronounced Agastyayu. Markandeya, a sage from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, devotion. Secondary domain, immortality. Pronounced Markandeya. Saptarishi, a group of sages from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, cosmic order. Secondary domain, wisdom transmission. Pronounced Saptarishi. Sacred rivers and life forces. Ganga, a goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, purification. Secondary domain, sacred river. Pronounced Ganga. Yamuna, a goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, life sustenance. Secondary domain, sacred river. Pronounced Yamuna. Saraswati river, a goddess from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, wisdom. Secondary domain, sacred flow. Pronounced Suruswati. Epic era divinized figures. Hanuman, a heroic deity from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, devotion. Secondary domain, strength. Pronounced Hanuman. Sita, a goddess consort from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, devotion. Secondary domain, purity. Pronounced Sita. Radha, a goddess consort from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, divine love. Secondary domain, devotion. Pronounced Radha. Rukmini, a goddess consort from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, prosperity. Secondary domain, sacred union. Pronounced Rukmine. Draupadi, a goddess consort from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, justice. Secondary domain, resilience. Pronounced Draupadi. Spirit classes and nature beings. Yakshas, a spirit class from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, natural wealth. Secondary domain, guardianship. Pronounced Yukshus. Gandharvas, a spirit class from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, music. Secondary domain, inspiration. Pronounced Gandharvas. Apsaras, a spirit class from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, grace. Secondary domain, seduction. Pronounced Apsurus. Rakshasas, a being class from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, chaos. Secondary domain, opposition. Pronounced Rukshusus. Asuras. A being class from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, ambition. Secondary domain, power struggle. Pronounced Usarus. Nagas. A being class from the Hindu tradition. Primary domain, serpent wisdom. Secondary domain, subterranean realms. Pronounced Nagas.
Pele, goddess of fire, creation, and jealousy. Before the islands had names, before stone remembered the shape of mountains, before land dared to rise above the sea, there was only movement. The ocean whirled endlessly, dark and conscious, and within it traveled a force that refused stillness. Her name was Pele. She was not born in one place. She emerged again and again, from flame, from hunger, from the deep furnace of the world. Pele was fire with intention. Her hair flowed like smoke caught in the wind, black and endless, carrying embers in its wake. Her skin glowed as if lit from within, sometimes warm as sunlit stone, sometimes red hot with fury. Her eyes were not gentle. They burned with the knowing of something older than fear. Where Pele walked, the earth opened. She carried fire not as destruction, but as becoming. Lava spilled from her footsteps, slow and unstoppable, reshaping the world without apology. The sea hissed when she approached, retreating from her heat, recoiling from her will. But Pele was not alone in the world. Beneath the waves, where light dies and pressure rules, dwelled her sister, Namaka. Namaka was the ocean given thought. Her skin shimmered like moonlight on black water. Her hair moved as currents move, slow, heavy, inexorable. Her eyes were deep, ancient, and cold with memory as only the sea could have. Where Pele burned with emotion, Namaka endured with patience. She ruled the deep places, the trenches, the crushing silence, where nothing escapes gravity or consequence. And she resented her sister. When Pele arrived, the sea was pushed back. Where fire rose, water was displaced. Each new land Pele created was a wound in Namaka's domain. To Namaka, Pele was reckless, too loud, too hungry, too disruptive. To Pele, Namaka was suffocating, a force that drowned passion, swallowed movement, and demanded stillness. They were not enemies born of hatred. They were sisters born of opposition. Fire that must move, water that must contain. When Pele first settled, she believed she could build a home. She dug into the earth, carving chambers for her flame, shaping mountains from molten stone. She believed the land would hold her. But Namaka would not allow it. With crashing waves and rising tides, Namaka answered. She flooded Pele's home, cooled her lava, shattered her growing islands, and dragged them back into the sea. Storms followed Pele wherever she lingered too long. Island after island, Pele was driven away. Each retreat hardened her. Each loss sharpened her jealousy, not of her sister's power, but of her sister's stability. Namaka already had a kingdom. The ocean accepted her without resistance. Pele had to fight for every inch of ground. And still, she moved forward. She crossed the sea again and again, chased by waves, hunted by storms, carrying her fire across the dark. What humans would later call volcanoes are the scars of this journey, places where Pele tried to stay and was forced to flee. And then at last, she reached Hawaii, the youngest island, the strongest spine of the stone. Here, the earth did not break beneath her. It answered. Pele dug deep, deeper than she ever had before. She struck the mantle of the world itself, tapping into the planet's heart. Fire surged upward and stayed. Namaka became, again, furious. Waves slammed against the stone, storms tore at the land, but this time the land endured. Fire and water clashed, not to destroy each other, but to define their boundaries. And Pele remained. She claimed the volcano as her body and the island as her spine. She did not rule from the sea or the sky, she ruled from beneath. The people felt her presence in trembling ground, in glowing rivers of lava, in the fertile soil that followed destruction. Pele was not cruel, but she was emotional. She loved fiercely. And when she loved, she gave warmth, growth, and abundance. Forests returned when the lava had cooled. Life sprang that appeared to be dead. The people learned to honor her, to respect her fire, to speak her name with care. Because Pele was also jealous. When she was disrespected, when love was betrayed, when humans forgot the land was alive, her anger rose. Lava flowed without mercy, villages vanished beneath molten stone. It was not punishment, it was correction. Pele did not destroy out of hatred. She destroyed because stagnation is a lie. Fire clears what no longer serves, and creation requires sacrifice. Namaka watched from the deep, no longer chasing her sister, but never forgiving her. The ocean still presses against the land, testing it, reminding Pele that nothing remains unchallenged forever. They are still bound. Fire rises, water answers. The world is shaped between them. Even now, Pele sleeps beneath the islands. Not gone, not silent, but waiting. Because fire never truly rests. The myth of Cthulhu, the sleeper beneath the sea. The ocean does not forget. It keeps what falls into it. Cities, ships, bones, names. And somewhere far beneath the reach of light, beneath pressure that would collapse steel like it were paper, something vast endures. It does not stir, it does not decay, it waits. In the drowned city of Rilye, where angles lean in directions that human minds refuse to follow, lies the sleeper. Cthulhu, not a demon, not a devil, not a tyrant, something much older than all those categories. Rayleigh is not built in the way cities are built. It is arranged like a thought that should not exist. Stones taller than mountains tilt against each other in ways that defy gravity. Corridors stretch into perspective that collapse if shared too long. Doorways do not open inward or outward. They open wrong. The city does not sit on the ocean floor. It presses against reality itself. And in its central chamber, in a vault that feels more grown than constructed, the sleeper rests. Dead, they say, yet dreaming. There was a time when he walked, not through forests, not through deserts, but through a world still young and unclaimed. The old ones rule then, beings of impossible form and alien geometry. They were not conquerors in the way humans conquer. They did not declare dominion. They existed. And existence at that scale reshapes everything around it. Earth was there simply because they were present. The sky shifted. Stars realigned. Cosmic mathematics altered the balance. And Rayleigh sank. Not destroyed, submerged. A city folded beneath black water like a page turned too soon. The old ones withdrew into dormancy. And Cthulhu descended into dream. Understand this clearly. He does not sleep like a mortal sleeps. He dreams in pressure waves, in gravitational murmurs. His thoughts ripple through the fabric of the sea, and sensitive minds sometimes catch fragments. Artists wake with images of impossible towers. Sailors carve symbols they do not recognize. Hidden cults gather in humid places and whisper syllables that feel even older than language. Faininglu minglawe nafum, chatula relay wagningle faitang. They do not chant out of devotion, they chant because they feel something inevitably moving beneath the surface of the world. Now, madness is not punishment. It is simply proximity. To brush against his dreaming is to feel scale collapse, to realize that humanity is not at the center of anything, that morality is a local invention, that hope is a small candle in a universe that never promised warmth. Those who sense him most clearly often lose their footing in reality, not because he attacks them, because understanding even a fraction of that vastness fractures the human frame. Once, only once in recorded memory, the sea convulsed. Storms tore the Pacific apart, an earthquake split the waters like a wound, and Rayleigh rose, just for a moment. The city breached the surface, slick and gleaming under a broken sky. Angles scraped against the horizon, geometry screamed silently into the air, and from an opening vast as a canyon, he emerged. Cthulhu, immense, winged, crowned in withering tentacles, not roaring, not raging, simply present. Witnesses did not speak of fury, they spoke of pressure, of a presence that made the sky feel too small. A ship rammed him, steel striking flesh that was not flesh. For an instant, his form dispersed like a cloud cut by wind. But smoke gathers, mist reforms. He was not wounded, he was interrupted. And the stars shifted again. Rayleigh sank once more into the abyss. The sleeper returned to dream. That is the terror. Not invasion, not apocalypse. Timing. When the stars align once more, when cosmic geometry unlocks the submerged angles, the city will rise again. Not out of vengeance, not out of hatred, out of alignment. Humanity will not be conquered. It will be incidental. Ants on a stone that has shifted position. Cthulhu does not hate humanity. He does not love it either. He is not concerned. And that indifference is heavier than wrath. The cultists understand something most refuse to face. The universe is not centered on human beings. There are presences older than our gods, older than our fears, older than our idea of purpose itself. Tonight, the ocean is calm, black, endless, but currents move even when the surface appears still. Dreams ripple outward. And somewhere in a forgotten room, lit by a single flickering bulb, someone has begun drawing that symbol again. The tide is patient, the stars are patient, and beneath the crushing dark, the sleeper remains, just waiting. Thoth, god of cosmic structure, language, and recorded reality. Thoth is not a god who rules through force. He does not conquer, he does not command armies, he does not demand worship through fear. Thoth governs something far more dangerous. He governs understanding. In Kemetic thought, the universe does not function because it's powerful. It functions because it is ordered, because it can be measured, because it can be named, because it can be remembered. And Thoth is the intelligence that makes that possible. Now, Thoth is known by many names, each reflecting a different aspect of his function. In Kemet, he is Jehudi, a name tied to intelligence, speech, and precision. He is called Lord of Divine Words, he who reckons time, and scribe of the gods. To the Greeks, he becomes Hermes, and later Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice great mind. In esoteric traditions, he is not treated as a personality at all, but as a principle of intelligence. Sometimes he appears with the head of an ibis bird, sometimes as a baboon. These are not aesthetic choices. The ibis represents calculation, balance, and precision. The baboon represents observation, memory, and lunar rhythm. Thoth's forms are not symbolic masks, they are functional avatars. Now, this is what Thoth actually governs. Thoth does not create the universe. He does not destroy it. He does not rule it. He makes it legible. Thoth governs language as a creative force, writing as memory made permanent, mathematics as cosmic truth, time as a measurable system, law as recorded balance. In Kemetic cosmology, chaos is not defeated by violence, it is stabilized by Ma'at, the principle of truth and balance. And Thoth is Ma'at's recorder. He does not decide what is true, he ensures that truth is accurately accounted for, and that distinction matters. Thoth and the structure of reality. In myth, Thoth is often present during moments of dispute among gods. When Horus and Set battle for kingship, Thoth mediates. When divine law must be clarified, Thoth records. When order must be restored, Thoth calculates. He is not neutral because he is indifferent. He is neutral because structure must be impartial. Reality does not care who you are, only whether balance is maintained. Thoth embodies that principle. Now, the weighing of the heart ceremony. One of Thoth's most important roles appears in the judgment of the dead. When a soul enters the hall of Ma'at, the heart is weighed against the feather of truth. Anubis conducts the ritual. Osiris presides, but Thoth records the outcome. He does not judge the soul, he does not punish it, he does not save it. He ensures the process is correct. In this moment, Thoth represents the idea that justice is not emotional, it is procedural. Cosmic awareness is not mercy or cruelty, it is accuracy. Language is power. Now, to understand Thoth, we must understand how ancient cultures viewed language. Words were not labels, they were forces. To know the true name of a thing was to have power over it. To write something was to make it real beyond the moment. Thoth is the god of that threshold. Speech becomes spell. Writing becomes law. Memory becomes continuity. This is why Thoth is associated with magic, not illusion, but as applied knowledge. Magic is simply understanding reality well enough to manipulate it. And his influence beyond Kemet. Thoth does not remain confined to Kemet. Through cultural contact, he becomes Hermes. Through Hermeticism, he becomes the universal mind. Through alchemy, he becomes the architect of transformation. Through philosophy, he becomes intellect itself. By the time he appears as Hermes Trismegistus, Thoth is no longer just a god. He is the idea that consciousness can understand the universe it inhabits, and that idea survives every empire. The Book of Thoth. Now, Thoth's most famous relic is not a weapon or a crown. It is fittingly a book. And the Book of Thoth represents total knowledge, language that can command nature, words that can bend reality. Myth warns that those who read it without wisdom lose themselves, not because knowledge is evil, but because unprepared awareness destabilizes identity. This is a recurring pattern in Thoth mythology. Knowledge is dangerous, but power without structure destroys the holder. This is why Thoth is not a king. Thoth never rules a kingdom. This is not an omission, it is a statement. Kings come and go. Structures remain. Thoth does not sit on a throne because reality itself sits on his function. Empires collapse, languages die, but mathematics persist. Law persists. Memory persists. And thus, so does Thoth. In modern thinking, Thoth appears as the architect of intellect, the symbol of recorded reality, the reminder that understanding carries responsibility. He is not faith. He is not belief. He is the mechanism between both. Thoth does not ask to be worshipped. He asks only to be understood. He stands where knowledge becomes permanent, where speech shapes reality, where truth is measured instead of declared. As long as humans seek to understand the universe rather than to dominate it, Thoth remains present, not as a ruler, but as the mind that keeps the universe legible. Tiamat, the first mother of monsters. Before there were gods with names, before temples, before prayers, before fear knew how to kneel, there was Tiamat. Not born, not created, not crowned. She was. She was the saltwater ocean before shorelines existed, the dark womb before light learned how to speak, the roar beneath creation, where nothing had yet decided what it wanted to be. Tiamat was not evil. She was not kind. She was unfiltered existence. In the beginning, there was only mingling. Fresh water and salt. Apsu and Tiamat. Stillness and motion folding into one another. From this union came the younger gods, loud, restless, impatient. They shouted inside the silence. They stirred the waters. They forgot that they were guests inside a body older than time. And the old gods began to ache. Apsu wanted silence back. He planned destruction not out of cruelty, but out of exhaustion. The young gods killed him first. They struck the quiet father down, and the waters trembled. Tiamat felt it. Not as grief alone, but as betrayal. Creation had turned on its source. Something ancient woke up in her depths. Not rage, not vengeance. Correction. The sea does not scream when it floods a city. It simply returns things to where they belong. Tiamat did not declare war. She responded. She gave birth again. This time, not to gods who would forget her. This time she birthed monsters. Serpents with venom instead of prayers. Dragons with eyes like eclipses. Creatures shaped by fear itself. Not because she loved chaos, but because chaos was truth before order learned how to lie. A consort forged for war, and the heavens shook. The younger gods panicked. They had learned how to rule, but not how to face their mother. They searched for a weapon. They searched for a hero. They chose Marduk. Not because he was the oldest, not because he was the wisest, but because he promised control. Marduk did not face Tiamat as a son. He faced her as a system. He brought nets to trap the infinite winds, to suffocate the ocean. Words to define what should never have been named. And when he struck her down, creation didn't cheer. It split. From her body, the world was built. Her ribs became the sky. Her blood became the rivers. Her bones became the foundation of order. Civilization rose on a corpse, and all the gods called it victory. But listen closely. Chaos was never destroyed. It was never dissected. Tiamat did not vanish. She was repurposed. Every storm that ignores your prayers, every flood that erases borders, every moment where systems collapse under their own arrogance, that is her breath moving through the cracks. Tiamat is not a villain. She is the reminder that order is temporary, that control is borrowed, that creation always comes from something older, darker, and deeper than comfort allows. She is the mother civilization buried alive, and she is still dreaming. The gods fear chaos because it reminds them of what they were before they learned how to rule, that they were simply aspects of the universe, no greater or lesser than any other creation. The Vega Chorus, the hidden civilization of the Fae. There is a system in the northern sky that most humans mistake for simply a star. Vega. Bright, steady, harmless. But Vega is not a star alone. Vega is a civilization. And not the kind that builds empires. The kind that builds coherence. Long before the Aesir divided dominion, long before angels learned hierarchy, long before humans named gods parades upward, Vega was already synchronized. The Fae are not tribes. They are not rival courts. They are not scattered fantasy creatures fluttering in forests. They are one civilization, a distributed mind wearing different bodies. Individual excellence inside collective intelligence. They do not rule each other, they resonate. At the heart of Vega is something no empire understands. The chorus. Not a monarch, not a throne, not a god. The chorus is a shared cognitive field, a living psychic lattice. It stores memory, intent, invention, cultural law. Every Fae can access it, but not equally. To speak with one Fae is not to speak with an individual. You are speaking with a civilization through a particular mouthpiece. Privacy exists, secrecy exists, but deception barely does. When a Fae lies, the chorus vibrates. When a Fae fractures the whole, the field trembles. Dissent does not cause war, it causes desynchronization. And desynchronization is treated like a disease, not punished, healed, because coherence is survival. That is why Vega has never collapsed. It cannot fracture in the way empires fracture. It does not vote, it resonates. And from that resonance arise four great expressions of consciousness. Not species, expressions. The first are the elves, the aesthetic cortex of Vega. They decide how reality should feel. They shape ecosystems like musicians tune instruments. They sculpt genetics like artists shape marble. They control light, symmetry, emotional resonance. For them, beauty is not vanity, beauty is organization. A forest that is balanced is beautiful. A form that is efficient is beautiful. Ugliness is inefficiency. Inefficiency is danger. The elves design worlds that do not decay prematurely. They decide the elegance of probability. They do not ask whether something is pleasing, they ask whether it harmonizes. And if it does not harmonize, they redesign it. Where the elves determine how realities look, the dwarves determine what reality can survive. And this is structural cortex. Reality engineers. Star metal forgers. They understand the weight of physics the way others understand breath. Jewels in Vega are not decoration, they are memory. Crystal lattices store data, compression through structure. A dwarven city does not collapse because collapse is not permitted. They bend law without breaking it. They bind bolts that hold time steady. They forge metals that remember who touched them. They calculate load, tension, strain, not with numbers alone, but with harmonic awareness. If the elves are beauty, the dwarves are endurance. And then there are the gnomes, the cognitive cortex, the dangerous ones among them. Where others see doors, gnomes see coordinates. They were the first to understand that realms are not mystical mysteries. They are addressable locations. Portals are not open, they are called. A gnome does not ask, where do we go? They ask, what frequency are we dialing? Their portals operate on symbol, on intent, on harmonic mathematics, on narrative destiny. Every realm vibrates at a signature. Every world carries a pattern. To dial incorrectly is to not fail. It is to arrive somewhere you cannot survive. Humans imagine glowing arcs, spinning circles, ritual incantations. The gnomes use indexing systems, dimensional mathematics, resonant coordinates. They do not tear space, they pursue it. And that is why Vega is feared, not because it conquers, but because it understands access. No empire can dominate a civilization that cannot be divided. The Aesir built hierarchy, The Vega build coherence. Hierarchies require obedience. Coherence requires alignment. You cannot bribe resonance. You cannot threaten harmony. You cannot infiltrate a mind that is already shared. That is why Vega has never needed armies. When an external force approaches, the chorus adjusts. Light shifts, probabilities bend, portals close. Not all by decree, but by synchronization. And yet, Vega is not perfect. Individual excellence still exists. The chorus amplifies brilliance, but it also magnifies deviation. When a Fae drifts too far away from harmonic law, the field hums. Correction begins. Not through exile, through recalibration. That is the subtle terror outsiders feel. That you are not confronting a ruler, you are confronting a civilization that cannot lie to itself. And now, the human problem. Humans are loud, emotionally erratic, narratively dense. We fracture easily, we divide quickly, we deceive others daily, and yet we are curious. When humans discover portal mathematics, when they uncover harmonic fragments, when they initiate symbols without understanding densities, they attempt to dial blindly. What frequency are we disturbing? And that is how civilizations collide, not through invasion, through curiosity without coherence. Vega does not seek Earth. It does not seek conquest. But if a door is dialed, if frequencies align, if narrative density breaches threshold, the chorus will answer. Not with war, but with evaluation. If Earth is dissonant, if humanity cannot harmonize, Vega will not destroy, it will simply refuse resonance. And a world without resonance collapses under its own fragmentation. Remember this, Fae are not fantasies, they are structure. They are synchronization. They are a civilization that does not fracture. And in the cosmos ruled by hierarchy and conquest, that may be the most dangerous power of all. When you look at the Vega in the night sky, you are not looking at a star. You are looking at coherence, listening, waiting for someone to dial correctly. Melina, the Inuit sun goddess who refused to be caught. Now, the Arctic is not empty. It only looks empty to people who've never had to survive in a world where the sky can erase you. Up here, silence is language. Wind is warning. And light is not decoration. Light is a verdict. Because in the far north, the sun doesn't simply rise. It returns, like something that had left on purpose, like someone who remembers why they ran. And her name, whispered through the ice, through stories, through generations, is Melina, the Inuit sun goddess, North America's burning eye. So picture this, a tundra horizon so wide it feels like the edge of the world. Snow drifts like plain dunes, dark rock teeth jut from the land, and above it all, a sky that doesn't behave like other skies. A sky where the sun can refuse to set, or disappear for weeks. A sky that makes time feel like an animal, restless, hungry, unpredictable. In that world, you don't worship the sun because it's pretty, you respect it because it decides if you live. And Melina is that decision. Melina, the woman who became daylight. Melina isn't portrayed as a distant glowing ball. She is a woman, a being with presence, with hair like night wind, with skin kissed by cold and sun alike, with eyes that carry the weight of the horizon. She wears the Arctic the way royalty wears a crown, not for fashion, but for survival. And around her, whether you imagine her in traditional adornments or in mythic cinematic armor made of hide, bone, and sunlight, there is always the same feeling. She is not gentle. She is not the soft warmth of spring morning. She is the harsh truth of daylight. The kind that exposes tracks in snow. The kind that reveals what someone tried to hide. The kind that turns secrets in the shadows that have nowhere to go. The beginning. Before the sky, there was a house. In one of the most famous Inuit tellings, Melina begins not in the heavens, but on earth. She lived with her brother. His name was Ananigan, often described as the moon. And in some versions, another sister exists too, a presence in the household, another point on the triangle of family and faith. But the core is always the same. Melina is there. Ananga is there. A home exists. And like many mythic homes, it is not safe because it has walls. Sometimes the first danger in a mythology is not the monster outside, it is the betrayal inside. The violation when trust breaks. There is a night, and the night is thick. No stars you can count, no lamp strong enough to banish what's about to happen. Melina's brother violates her, and in some telling, she comes into her darkness and does not know who until the truth is uncovered. And when the truth becomes clear, when the betrayal reveals its face, something fundamental snaps. Not just in Melina, in the world. Because in the Inuit myth, the cosmos isn't mechanical, it's emotional, a moral universe, a relationship universe. And when an act like that happens, the world does not shrug and move on. It transforms. The torch. Flight becomes fire. Melina does not stay. She takes a torch, a fire in hand, and she runs. Not into the woods, not into another village. She runs into the sky. And as she rises, her torch becomes brighter, hotter, purer, until it is no longer just a fire. It is the sun itself. And it is the first blazing refusal, the first celestial no. And behind her, Ananigan follows. He is frantic, hungry, ashamed, possessed by pursuit. He grabs his own flame, and his light becomes the moon, not as radiant, not as triumphant, a lesser fire, a chasing fire. The chase, why the sun and the moon move. Now the sky makes sense, not because science is wrong, but because the myth is describing something else. Not the physics of motion, but the meaning of motion. The sun and the moon cross the heavens, not as random objects, but as story. Melina runs ahead, unreachable, sovereign, burning. Ananigan follows, always behind, never arriving. And in many tales, the moon grows thin, weak, diminished, because he forgets to eat. Because obsession is a kind of starvation. That is why the moon waxes and wanes. Sometimes he regains strength, sometimes he fades, but he never stops chasing. And Melina never stops moving, because the first rule of her myth is she will not be caught again. The Arctic miracle, when day doesn't end. And here's where the Inuit sky becomes legend, because in the far north, the sun can hang above the horizon for days, weeks, months. A long golden endurance, a daylight that refuses to die. This is not a cute fun fact. This is Melina's personality written across the atmosphere. When Melina decides to stay, she stays. When she leaves completely. And then she returns. You feel it in your bone. Because for the communities living in the Arctic, the returning sun is not just nice weather. It is a spiritual event. It is cosmic reunion. A promise that the world hasn't abandoned you. Melina's power. Light as witness. But here's the thing most people miss about Melina. Her power isn't just heat. It's exposure. Light reveals. Light tracks movement. Light turns footprints into evidence. Light makes the hunter visible. Light makes the hunted see the land. Melina becomes the witness of the sky. And here's the harsh truth to that. Because of her story, the sun isn't a smiling mother. It's a survivor. A living boundary. A force that says, I will not disappear for your comfort. I will not soften the truth. I will shine until you can't pretend anymore. The cosmic archetype. The solar feminine who escapes. A lot of cultures imagine the sun as male. a king, a warrior, a father, a creator seated on a throne of fire. But Melina is a different archetype. She is the solar feminine as escape and sovereignty. She is the feminine divinity not defined by who she belongs to, but who she refuses. She is a goddess who doesn't negotiate with violation. She doesn't argue, she doesn't plead, she moves. And in moving, she becomes untouchable. In moving, she becomes the sky's dominant rhythm. Now, imagine Melina as she would appear in the cinematic myth. She walks across a bridge of snow and ice. Behind her, the sun blooms like a halo, too bright to stare at. Wind pulls her hair like black smoke. Her silhouette is sharp against the gold. She doesn't smile as a friendly deity, but she moves forward, always forward. Each step is a reminder that this is a goddess not begging for worship. This is a goddess whose existence is proof of survival. So when the sun stretches over the Arctic, when it refuses to set, when it stares down at the frozen land like an unblinking eye, remember this: it is not just daytime, it is Melina, still running, still sovereign, still refusing to be caught. And in the world where people have tried to rewrite what happened, erase what happened, hide what happened, Melina becomes something sacred, a light that will not let the story disappear, because her myth teaches a hard truth carved in the sky. Sometimes the only way to survive is to become untouchable. Sometimes the only way forward is to turn your escape into a new cosmos. And the sun is not always kindness. Sometimes the sun is a woman with a torch and a vow. Echidna, the cosmic mother of monsters. Now, Echidna is not called herself a monster, but she is the mother of them. Her name in Greek means viper, Echidna, and this word carries venom. It is ancient, coiled, and is patient. She does not belong to the generation of Olympian gods. She does not sit in marble halls. She does not command lightning or law. She belongs to something much older. Now, most traditions name her as the daughter of Phosphorus and Ceto, ancient sea deities, beings well formed in the earliest layers of mythic existence. And other traditions go deeper still. They claim she was born of Gaia, the earth itself, and Tartarus, the abyss beneath the foundations. And if that lineage is accepted, then Echidna is not simply born into the world, she emerges from its structure. She is earth and depth combined. She is soil and void. She is surface and underworld. And her form reflects that duality. From the waist up, she is woman, beautiful, aware, composed. From the waist down, she is serpent, scaled, coiled, eternal. And this is not a curse. It is a declaration. The upper form represents consciousness. The lower form represents instinct. The serpent is older than temples, older than kings, older than writing itself. And across cultures, the serpent represents regeneration, tonic power, and the pulse of life that moves beneath the visible world. Echidna is not stitched together from parts. She is a whole. She is the seam between civilization and wilderness. She dwells in a cave, far from cities, far from Olympus. Ancient sources place her in the wild regions of Scylla. She does not seek attention. She does not seek conquest. She inhabits the margins, and from the margins she births power. Her giant, the great storm giant who once rose against Zeus. Typhon embodies violent chaos, wind, fire, upheaval. Echidna embodies generative chaos. Together they form a bloodline that predates order and survives beyond it. They do not seek to rule Olympus. They produce what challenges it. This is where Echidna reveals her true cosmic role. She is called the mother of monsters, but that phrase is much smaller than her actual being. She birthed Cerberus, the three-headed guardian of the underworld gates. She births the Hydra, the regenerative serpent that multiplies when wounded. She birthed the chimera, the fusion of lion, goat, and serpent, a living contradiction of categories. She birthed Ortherus, the twin-headed guardian beast. In some traditions, she births the Sphinx, the riddle keeper who tests gods. These are not mindless horrors. They are thresholds. They stand at borders. They guard gateways. They demand transformation. Each one of her children forces confrontation. Each one requires growth. Each one stands between humanity and its next stage. Echidna does not birth destruction without design. She births resistance. Without resistance, there is no evolution. Without danger, there is no courage. Without monsters, there is no hero. Her existence reveals a deeper mythic law. The universe does not grow through comfort, it grows through tension. Echidna is the womb of that tension. She is primordial earth, refusing to be domesticated. She is chaos bloodline woven into the fabric of reality. Even the Olympians cannot erase her impact. Now, some later traditions claim she was slain by Argus Pantopus, the many-eyed giant servant of Hera, while she slept. Now, symbolically, this represents surveillance, destroying wild fertility, order suppressing the abyss. Yet, even in that version, her offspring remain. Her legacy persists. Her bloodline continues. You cannot eliminate the mother principle of resistance. You can only attempt to manage its expression. Echidna represents the archetype of the Dark Mother. Not evil, not malicious, but always necessary. The Dark Mother births the forces that compel transformation. She ensures that stagnation is impossible. She ensures that power must justify itself. She ensures that every kingdom must confront what it fears. Civilization defines itself by the monsters it overcomes, but someone must give birth to those monsters. That someone is Echidna. She is not chaos in motion, she is chaos as inheritance. She is the reminder that beneath every structure lies something older, something coiled, something fertile, something waiting. Echidna is not a footnote in heroic myth. She is the hidden foundation. Primordial earth, chaos bloodline, mother of thresholds. And without her, there would be no trials, no transformation, and no legends at all.